To start off our Northeast Jersey Classic this morning, we are starting off with Showmanship. Our first class is going to be our Pee-wees. They are aged 8 years old and younger.
just four individuals in our Pee Wee showmanship class, but four exceptional young showmen. All of them did a great job, very knowledgeable about their calves, and tremendous young leadsmen. Congratulations to all four of these.
Congratulations to all of our Pee Wee showmen. They all received blue ribbons. Great job. Elizabeth Hertz, Thomas McGinnea, Madison Andrew, and Gage Garrity. Next in the ring will be our junior showmanship class. These are youth aged 10 to 13. Congratulations to Maddie Poitras winning our junior showmanship class. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Once again, we got 3 individuals in here for our junior showmanship class and 3 exceptional showmen. But for me, this young lady moving out in first does a tremendous job. I love the way she flows with her heifer. She's very calm, very natural, very poised on the halter. And her heifer moves so graciously through the class. Beautiful head carriage, and that's what gives her an advantage over our class today. I love the way she presents her heifer through that head carriage. She don't get her nose too high where our 2 individuals in second and third. I just like to see them bring that nose down a little bit, give them a little more natural ring presence as they travel throughout the ring. She also is very quick to get her heifer set up and get those legs in the right position for me as well. And then in second, another young lady that does a great job. Couple things I had talked about with her. Our heifer in first was just a little quicker on getting those legs underneath her when I stopped them along the rail. And I also told the young lady in second I'd just like to see her when they get pulled to turn and go and get into line a little bit faster. That way she doesn't lose a placing or 2 in some larger classes. And then second over third, again, another young man that did an exceptional job with his heifer. I really appreciated the fact that when I did pull him, he turned and got in the line very quick and got his heifer set up really, really quick. Just for me, our young lady in second was just able to keep her heifer's legs underneath her a little nicer for me when I stopped them along the side of the rail. And I just preferred the head carriage on our heifer in second, but 3 exceptional young showmen. Congratulations to all 3 individuals.
Congratulations to our junior showmen. First place, Maddie Poitras. Second, Riley Collins. And third, Sutton Chittenden. Now entering the ring will be our intermediate showman, aged 14 to 16. Congratulations to Olivia Myers, winning our intermediate showman. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Once again, we got 5 exceptional young ladies out here for our intermediate showman class, and all 5 of them did a great job. But for me, these two individuals on top really rose to the top of the class today. Our young lady in first does just an exceptional job presenting her heifer. I love the way she flows with her heifer. She moved around her heifer exceptionally well as I moved from the front to the back of the calf, and she always had her legs positioned underneath her, just right for me. I also liked the way that she was able to correct her heifer's faults when they were in the class, moving throughout the class. She was pinching her heifer's top down, tucking that tail down to give her heifer the best appearance that she possibly could. And for me, it was our heifer in second was a little bit pushy today, but our young lady in second did an exceptional job working with her. And same thing, was extremely knowledgeable about her. I just would have liked to have seen her be able to correct those faults. And we talked about that here at the end when she was in line. Just being able to correct those faults like our young lady in first was. But our young lady in second, as I said, was exceptionally knowledgeable about her heifer. She was also does a tremendous job, as I said, moving around her heifer as I move from front to back to evaluate her calf. Second over third, another young lady that does an exceptional job. I love the head carriage on this calf as she walks throughout the class. Just would have liked to have seen her be able to keep those legs underneath her a little bit nicer, a little more comfortably, as our first and second prize heifers did, to move up a spot or two. And then our young lady in third, again, does a really nice job. Just for me, the big thing was, as they were moving throughout the class, I just would have liked to have seen her timing as she was moving throughout the ring. She'd stop sometimes, and I just would have liked to have seen her keep that heifer moving, keep the flow of the show going as they move throughout the class. And then our young lady in fifth here, again, does a really nice job. For me, it was just the spacing when I got them into line. I would have liked to have seen her not take so much room, just keep our line a little tighter, a little neater for me. But 5 exceptional showmen. Congratulations to all these individuals.
Congratulations to our intermediate showmen. First place, Olivia Myers. Second, Morgan Riley. Third, Mackenzie Pearl. 4, Aubrey Hutley. And 5th, Lexi Hall. We will be asking our first and second place showmen to come back to compete in overall showman. Now entering the ring is our senior showman, age 17 and over. Congratulations to Sam Pila winning our senior showmanship. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Once again, we got 4 young ladies out here for our senior showmanship class and 4 exceptional showmen. All of them have features that you love the way they present their heifer. But for me, our young lady that's moving out in first just never gives you a bad look. She's always got her heifer to the best of her abilities. Beautiful head carriage. She's quick to get her legs positioned underneath her in the correct positioning. And she's very, very poised and relaxed on the halter. Our young lady in second does a tremendous job as well. I love the way as I move around the heifer, she keeps her distance from her to show her off the best she can. The one thing for me is I just like to see her be able to keep those legs underneath her heifer a little more comfortably. Then at times she likes to get herself a little stretched out, and I just like to see her correct that and keep those legs underneath her a little more comfortably to present her heifer a little neater. Our young lady in third also does an exceptional job. When this young lady does get her heifer set up, she does a tremendous job getting her set up. I love the way she's got her legs positioned underneath her. For me, I just like to see her do it a little bit quicker, but does a tremendous job present her heifer as well. Third over fourth, again, another young lady that does a great job. There was a few things with her positioning, her hand positioning in the halter that I talked to her about, and she just needs to correct those couple things and to move up into a really, really competitive class. But 4 exceptional young ladies. Congratulations to all of them.
Congratulations to our senior showmen. First place to Sam Pila, second to Dakota Phelan, third to Maeve Leslie Gavall, and fourth to Charlie Dorr. Next. Now entering the ring will be our first and second place winners from our prior classes to compete for overall Master Showman.
We got our top two showmen back out here for each of their heats in showmanship. Let's give all our showmanship individuals a round of applause. They certainly deserve that. It's been a tremendous showing this morning. I'll go out and I'll recognize your top showman, your reserve, and honorable mention in that order. When I do so, please accept them with a big round of applause, because as I said, it's been a tremendous group of showmen out here this morning, and these were the individuals that found their way to the top of the classes in some really great classes. So please give them a big round of applause when I do so. For me, for our overall showman, I'm going to go with our senior showman winner. As I talked in class, a young lady that just does a tremendous job with her heifer. She never gives you a bad look. She's calm and poised on the halter, and she presents the heifer with the best of her ability, and she's got great ability. She's always got the heifer's legs underneath her. She's correcting her faults. We talked in class about some of the things that she can fix, and she come out here, and those were the things that she corrected immediately. I love the head carriage as she travels throughout the ring, and taking nothing away from our reserve, our young lady that was our intermediate showman, but our heifer, our senior showman, for me, I just prefer that leg setting, the way she's able to keep them legs a little more square beneath her for me today over our young lady with our intermediate calf, or intermediate showman. Again, just a tremendous showman, follows that same pattern. I love the head carriage. She always presents her heifer exceptionally well, but just gets those legs underneath her for me a little nicer. And then down here for honorable mention, our junior showman, a young lady that follows that same pattern. Calm and poised, does a great job with her heifer presenting her, beautiful head carriage, and always working with her calf to correct her faults. Three exceptional showmen. Congratulations to everybody this morning.
Congratulations to Sam Pila winning our Master Showman. Our reserved Master Showman is Olivia Myers, and honorable mention to Maddie Poitras. Congratulations to all of our showmen this morning. We're going to take a brief 10-minute break to give our exhibitors a chance to get ready for our confirmation classes. Now in the ring to start our Northeast Jersey Classic are the Spring Heifer calves. Judging our show this morning is Brandon Ferry. Brandon resides in Hilbert, Wisconsin with his wife Cheyenne and their 4 children, Briley, Riker, Ledger, and Corbin. There they own and operate Furcrest Farms and milk registered Holsteins and Jerseys with a BAA of 113.4. The farm sits on 40 acres. Brandon and his family enjoy exhibiting cattle at various shows throughout the year, earning them Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor banners at the Wisconsin District 10 Holstein Show. They have also achieved several All-American and Junior All-American nominations in multiple breeds including Ayrshire, Brown Swiss, Holstein, Jersey, and Milking Shorthorn. Brandon also travels and works many sales around the United States. Along with exhibiting their own cattle, Brandon manages large tie-in groups for several different breeders and exhibitors at various shows throughout the U.S. Having prepared several cattle that have achieved champion and junior champion honors at shows such as the World Dairy Expo, North American International Livestock Exposition, along with several other state and national shows. Over the past few years, Brandon has had the privilege to judge numerous state and national shows in various breeds across the United States and South America. It's great to have you here in the center of our ring today, Brandon, judging our Northeast Jersey Classic. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson winning our Spring Heifer Calf class with Shaker Hollow J Polyester. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Just an exceptional class of calves to start off our show this morning. For me, this calf moving out in first, a full-age March calf, just an exceptionally well-balanced heifer. A heifer that really finds her way to the top of the class today, pretty handily for me. A heifer, you love that style and balance, that beautiful blend of dairy strength that she possesses. You love the width all the way through that front end, and she carries that width and substance through that beautiful rib structure, the beautiful length and width through her rump structure. It's that width and power that gives her an advantage over our heifer moving out in second. I just prefer the rise extension up through the top of the chine today. She's a calf that's just a little bit more full all the way through that crop for me today. And then when you get behind her, she shows me just a little more width through that rump structure as well, but taking nothing away from a really balanced heifer in second. A heifer that you certainly love the length to her frame, and a heifer that you love the set to the leg, and that's what gives her an advantage over our April calf, the youngest calf in the class today here in third. I just prefer that overall length all the way through the frame. She's longer through her head and neck. She's a calf that's longer all the way through that body for me today, and a little longer and wider through her rump structure as well. And I prefer the set to the leg as she travels throughout the ring flow, just showing me a little more flex to that hock. Third over fourth, a heifer that just uses so much more substance up through the top of that chine, through that crop region. I just prefer the fullness and the cow power through her front end over our fourth prize heifer. Fourth over fifth, a heifer that when you get them in line and you get behind them, I just prefer the length and the width through her rump structure. Allows her tail head to sit down in between her pins a little neater for me. But our heifer in fifth, you certainly love the width and substance, the cow power she's got, just like to change her through that rump structure for me to get up over a couple of these heifers in the class today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson, winning the Spring Heifer Calf class with Shaker Hollow J Polyester. Second to Gage Garrity with Kellogg Bay Fern Jewel. Third to Madison Andrew with Shaker Hollow Play Bingo. Fourth and first junior to Ben Pila with Pila's SVF Victoria Queen Bee. And fifth and second junior to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras with High Poits Chick Mocktail. Next in the ring will be our winter heifer calves. We'd like to thank all the photographers for our show today. We have Frank Putnam running our live stream, which is our YouTube channel, Biggie Mallory North. We have Next Level Images taking shots in the ring, and those photos are available on nextlevelimages.com. Cosmo is here taking ring shots and posting them. And then Kim from the Eastern States Exposition Ag&Ad office is taking our headshots in our winner circle. Thank you to everybody who's here capturing our moments from our show. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Gage Garrity winning our winter heifer calf class with Woodmore CC Dynamo. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Again, another nice class in our winter calf class, moving out but in our calf in first and second here, it was very close between this pair of heifers, and I apologize to this young lady in second for taking as long as I did to make the decision to switch these. But for me, our heifer in first, I just prefer the style all the way through as she moves throughout the class. She's just a little more rise and extension up through the top of that chine today. She's a little more nearly level from her hooks to her pins today as well. I also prefer the cleanliness and the femininity up through that head and neck on our first prize calf. But our heifer moving out in second keeps it a close placing by moving so much more comfortably and freer on those hind legs for me today. I prefer the set to the leg, the flex to the hock, the thorough placement, the way she handles out on those legs. But I just prefer the overall breed character and style about our first prize heifer. Second over third, another exceptionally well-balanced heifer, a calf that moves very comfortably on those legs. I just like to open her up in that rib structure, give her a little more depth and openness that rear flank, a little more openness all the way through that fore and that rear rib for me today to get over this pair of heifers that's in first and second today. Third over fourth, a heifer that just uses that overall length and size and scale to get over our youngest calf in the class. a heifer that I just prefer the strength of that loin today, the slope from her hooks to her pins. As our calf in fourth gets moving throughout the class, she tends to get those pins up a little bit. I just like to see that rump level out a little bit more for me today to move up into the class a little deeper. And our heifer in fifth, I switched this pair, our fourth and fifth heifers when I got them into line. For me, our heifer in fifth, I love this heifer on the move. She's so stylish, so balanced, beautiful sweep to that rib structure. But when she gets herself into line, I just like to see her hold her front end together a little nicer for me today. She gets herself settled out a little bit, and she loses a little bit of that cow power up through that front end, where our fourth prize heifer, she really holds that front end up through that crop and that shoulder region together real nicely for me. But a beautiful class all the way throughout. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Gage Garrity winning our winter heifer calf class. Woodmore CC Dynamo. Second place to Kaylee Arnold with Airlie Casino Fold'em. And third to Sarah Doubleday with Howe Acres Colton Chaos. Fourth and first junior to Cole Partridge with Deep Sea Jordan Mamie's Maggie. And fifth and second junior to Layla Richotte with Velocity's Joel Versace. Now entering the ring will be our fall heifer calves. As you're following along in your book ringside, placings in the spring heifer calf class at the start of your book, the top of the page, 4102 from Madison Andrew was third. 4103 from Harkdale Farms was ninth. 4104 from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras was fifth and second junior. 4105 from Nicole Schwab was eighth. 4108 from Ben Pila was fourth and first junior. 4111 from Keenan Tygeson was our class winner and first. 4109 from Morgan and Seth Riley was seventh and third junior. On the top of your next page, 4110 from Square Farm, Sean McGillicuddy and Alyssa Lingard was sixth. 4112 from Gage Garrity was second. The winter heifer calf class that was just in the ring, those placings. At the top of your page, entry 4113 from Cole Partridge was fourth and first junior. 4115 from Gage Garrity was our class winner and first. 4116 from Samantha Pila was sixth and third junior. 4117 from John and Ashley Collins was ninth. 4119 from Tony and Taryn Jock was 10th. 4118 from Kaylee Arnold was second. 12185 from Layla Richotte was fifth and second junior. On the top of your next page, 4120 from Nicole Schwab was 11th. 4121 from Joe Adgalanis was 7th. 4122 from Sarah Doubleday was 3rd. And 4125 from Sutton Chittenden was 8th and 4th junior. Currently in the ring are the fall heifer calves. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward, please. Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning our fall heifer calf class with H Victorious Coco Chanel. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Again, another really competitive class in our fall calf class. But for me, our heifer moving out with the blue ribbon really finds herself to the top of the class today. She's got beautiful breed character about her. A heifer that you love that long feminine head and neck. A heifer that's got that beautiful rise and extension and fullness up through that top of that chine. And it's that overall balance and straightness of lines that gives her an advantage over our second prize heifer. For me, I prefer the fullness and rise extension up through the top of that chine, that fullness through that crop region for me today. She's a heifer that just holds her loin just a tick stronger for me today over our heifer moving out in second. Another heifer in second, heifer that is exceptionally well balanced in her own right. And it's that femininity through her head and neck and femininity through that hide that gives her an advantage over our third prize heifer. For me, she's just so much cleaner through her head and neck, more crisp and cleanliness all the way through those hooks, pins, and thighs for me today over a big, powerful heifer here in third. A heifer in third, as I said, you love the width and substance all the way throughout. And it's that substance that gives her an advantage. She's just got so much more drop to that fore rear rib, has a little more heart for me today over our heifer here in fourth. In addition, I prefer the slope from her hookster pins being more nearly level. Our heifer in fourth, as she travels across the ring, she tends to get those pins up a little bit for me today. I'd just like to tuck them down a little for me today to move up into the class. Fourth over fifth, a heifer that uses their overall length of frame. I prefer length from nose to tail. She's also a heifer. I prefer the way she travels throughout the class. She shows me a little more flex that hock, a little more, moves a little more comfortably, a little more freely on those hind legs over an exceptionally capacious heifer here in fifth. Congratulations to the whole group.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning the fall heifer calf class in first junior with H Victorious Coco Chanel. Second and second junior to Reagan Sankey with Emma's Reckless Bluey. Third to Julie Jock with Mill Valley Video Whisper. Fourth to Oliver Andrew with Ann-Jen Colton Finley. And fifth to Zach Tarrick and Caitlin Small with Chestnut Hill Frank Laney. Now entering the ring is our summer yearling class. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for the Northeast Jersey Classic this year. IBA sponsored the junior shirts that you see the juniors wearing in the ring. Nicole Schwab is sponsoring our first place dry cow in memory of Gene Fletcher. Cabot sponsors our champion flower blanket. The Eastern Stakes Exposition is sponsoring a medal sign for our grand champion. CBLL sponsors the premier breeder of our heifer show and the premier breeder of our overall show. Thank you, CB. Eastern States Exposition also sponsors our banner for a premier exhibitor and the banner for our overall premier breeder. The Tierney Farm sponsors the junior champion of the junior show in memory of Nathaniel Tierney. Emma Akers sponsored our showmanship classes in memory of Margaret Laprise. We thank Farm Credit East for sponsoring our Cosmo magazine coverage today. We appreciate Cosmo being here taking photos in the ring. Additional sponsors of our show include Air Lee Jerseys, Rick and Emmy Hossman in memory of Russell Carson, Christopher Primo, Sherry Recklin, Michaela Schneider, Shaker Hollow Farm, Keenan, Jennifer, and Kyle Tygeson, and Portress Jersey and Sire Services. We'd like to thank all of our Jersey breeders and exhibitors for all their support of this year's Northeast Jersey Classic. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning our Summer Yearling Heifer class with HH overall Vienna. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Another really nice class in our summer yearling class. Some different shapes and sizes and variations and ages out here. But for me, when I get them into line, I really like the way the class came together. For me, a pair of heifers that fall to the top of the class today, that 2 heifers that move out on a beautiful set of feet and legs, a pair of heifers that are extremely similar in their make, their frame traits. But for me, our heifer that's moving out in first, I just prefer the way that tailhead sits between her pins. She's more feminine all the way through that rump structure, the way cleaner about her tailhead setting for me today. She's more feminine up through her head and neck today, more in curving all the way through that hide today as well. But taking nothing away, our heifer in second is that same pattern, that exceptionally long frame as our first heifer does. A heifer that is exceptionally well balanced through that front end. You love the rise and extension on both pair of heifers. 2 heifers with great width and substance and power. As I said, it's just the way that tailhead sits between her pins, a little neater for me, and she's a little crisper all the way through that hide. Second over third, our heifer in third's kind of the problem heifer in the class for me today. I love this heifer's front end, width, substance, strength, power all the way through that front end. Beautiful sweep and openness to that fore and rear rib. But for me, I'd just like to see her move a little more comfortably, a little more freely on those hind legs. I prefer the set to the leg on our second prize heifer over our third prize heifer, the flex to the hock as they travel throughout the class. Third over fourth, our heifer here in fourth. Our fourth and fifth place heifers are both the youngest 2 heifers in the class, late August heifers. But our heifer here in third over our fourth prize heifer just has that advantage in that capacity to her frame, having so much more capacity through her heart region, width and substance through her chest, and capacity to bolt that fore and rear rib over an exceptionally well-balanced calf here in fourth in that August heifer. Again, our fourth heifer is, I just prefer the substance and strength of that loin over our fifth place heifer. She's just so much sharper all the way down that top line, being more clean cut, being more crisp down that top line and having more strength through that, right off the end of that chine for me today. But taking nothing away, another exceptionally well-balanced, extremely clean-boned heifer here in fifth, beautiful hided heifer. Just like to give her a little more strength to that loin and through that top line to get over our heifer here in fourth. But a beautiful class, congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge, winning our summer yearling heifer class in first junior with HH overall Vienna. Second place to Virginia Pats with medallion Oliver Needle. Third to Timothy Carson with Harkdale Classic Dominate. Fourth and second junior to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras with High Points Victoria Prosecco. And fifth to Lowell Partridge with HH overall Madeira. Now in the ring is our spring yearling heifers. Catching up on our placings as you follow along in your book. For the fall heifer calf class, at the top of your page, entry 4127 from Timothy Carson was 6th. 4128 from Zach Tarek and Caitlin Small was 5th. 4129 from Cole Partridge was the class winner in first and first junior. 4130 from Reagan Sankey was second and second junior. 4131 from Caitlin Poitras was 7th and third junior. 4132 from Oliver Andrew was 4th. And 4134 from Julie Jock was 3rd. As you turn the page, placings in the summer yearling heifer class. At the top of your page, 4135 from Lowell Partridge was 5th. 4136 from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras was 4th and second junior. 4137 from Zoe Tetrault was 8th. 4139 from Timothy Carson was 3rd. 4140 from Ben Pila was 10th and 5th junior. 4141 from Cole Partridge was 1st and 1st junior. 4142 from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras was 9th and 4th junior. On the top of your next page, 4143 from Virginia Pats was 2nd. 4144 from Madeline Scott and Maura Poitras was 7th and 3rd junior. And 4145 from Square Farm, Sean McGillicuddy and Alyssa Lingard was 6th. Currently in the ring, you're looking at our spring yearling heifers. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Ruby Sankey winning our Spring Yearling Heifer class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Let's give this class one more big round of applause. It is a tremendous class from top to bottom, tremendous depth. And as I said, it's a deep class all the way throughout, but it's for me, it's kind of a three horse race on our top 3 heifers here. And any given day, they could be switched around, and I wouldn't argue with it. But today, when I get them in line, I really like the way they came together. Our heifer here in first, when she glides, she glides. She's so straight-lined, hard-topped, beautiful, beautiful dairy strength, what I always like to call cow power. You love that width through her muzzle, width through her chest floor. She's got so much depth, capacity to that rib structure. She carries that width and substance and power all the way through back to that rump structure. She's got beautiful width all the way through those hooks and those pins. And it's that substance that gives her an advantage over a really nice balanced calf, a calf that follows in that same pattern, but I'm going to give her the edge to our first prize heifer and just having a little more substance through that shoulder for me today, being a little fuller through that crop today. She's just a touch more depth through that heart, right through that heart for me today. She's a heifer that when you get behind her, she's just a skosh wider through those hooks and pins for me. But taking nothing away, our heifer in second, as I said, follows that same pattern. Hardness aligns. Beautiful, deep, open-ribbed, clean, flat-boned heifer. And it's that capacity to that rib structure and that flatness of bone that gives her an advantage over this big, powerful heifer here in third. A really exceptionally well-made heifer in her own right. But our heifer in second for me is just more capacity to that rear flank for me today, more spring to that rear rib for me today, and certainly more drop to that rear rib. I also prefer the openness and the flatness to that bone on our second prize heifer over our third prize heifer. But taking nothing away, our third place heifer, a heifer that you certainly love the way she handles out on those feet and legs, a heifer that you love the length of frame. A young heifer, I think, is going to grow into a beautiful cow for these two young ladies here. And it's it for third over fourth. For me, it's that overall length through her rump structure, the way that tailhead sits down in between her pins a little neater. She's a little cleaner about her tailhead for me today. I prefer the cleanliness through the hide all the way through that frame for me today over another really exceptionally well-balanced heifer here in fourth. A heifer in fourth, it just uses that overall width, substance, power to get over a really stylish heifer in fifth. I just prefer when you get to the front of her, she's got so much more width through her chest floor, and when you get on the side, the capacity through that rib structure, through that forerib for me today, over a really high style, beautifully made heifer here in fifth. An exceptional class from top to bottom, though. Congratulations to everybody in it.
Congratulations to Ruby Sankey winning our Spring Yearling Heifer class with Emma's Train Station Bingo. Second and first junior to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras in Lily Lanes Farm with High Points LLF video live stream. Third and second junior to Jersey Newland with Jersey's Canadian Club Lizzie. Fourth to Carrie Gawalt with Cedar Mountain Farm Achilles Belfast. And fifth to Oliver Andrew with Shaker Hollow Vic Funfetti. Now entering the ring is our winter yearling heifers. As you follow along in your book, placings in that phenomenal spring heifer calf class, 4146 from Michaela Schneider was 6th. 4147 from Caitlin Poitras was 8th and 3rd junior. 4148 from Ruby Sankey was 1st. 4149 from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras in Lily Lanes Farm was 2nd and 1st junior. 4150 from Oliver Andrew was 5th. 12257 from Jersey Newland was 3rd and 2nd junior. 4152 from Maggie LaPrise was 11th. Top of the next page, 4153 from Nicole Schwab was 9th. 4154 from Dave Zubikowski was 7. 12358 from Carrie Gawalt was 4th. And 4155 from Charlie Doerler was 10th and 4th junior. This is our winter yearling heifers. Congratulations to Kaylee Arnold winning our winter yearling heifer class. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Just the two entries in our winter yearling class, but a beautiful pair of heifers in their own right. But for me, our heifer moving out in first, you certainly have to admire that overall heifer. It's the substance and width, size, and scale that gives her an advantage over our second prize heifer. I just prefer the capacity, both that fore and rear rib, the depth, sweep, and openness, a heifer that moves out on a beautiful set of feet and legs as well. And taking nothing away from our heifer here in second, a heifer you love that straightness of lines, a exceptionally long-framed heifer, but it's just our first prize heifer overwhelms her in capacity. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kaylee Arnold winning the winter yearling heifer class with Airleaf and Tabulous. Second place to Samantha Pila with with Pila's SVF Gentry Jersey Queen. And she's also first junior. Now in the ring is fall yearling heifers. Congratulations to Kaylee Arnold winning our fall yearling heifer class with Airly Feelin' Fancy. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Again, another really nice class in our senior yearling class. And I'm going to go with this heifer, a heifer that's due in short 2 weeks here, and a heifer that's is far into her gestation period, but still holds her loin so well for having a big calf in her. But beautifully straight-lined heifer. You love the capacity, a heifer that's really a handy winner for me today. You love that capacity, the width and substance all the way through that frame. And it's that strength through her loin and slope from her hooks to her pins that gives her an advantage over our second prize heifer. She's just more, I prefer the slope from her hooks to her pins being more nearly level. Second over third, a heifer that for me just is a little more crisp all the way through that top line, being particularly sharper over that shoulder for me today. She's also a heifer. I prefer the strength of the pastern. She's shorter in that toe, deeper in the heel, stronger in that pastern as she travels throughout the class today. And then third over fourth, a heifer that just uses that overall capacity. She's got more depth, spring, and openness through that fore and rear rib for me today over another really balanced heifer here in fourth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kaylee Arnold winning our fall yearling heifer class with Airly Feelin' Fancy. Second and first junior to Morgan Riley with Tierney's Magician Love. Third and second junior to Samantha Pila with Pila's SVF Gentry Poker Face. And fourth and third junior to Ben Pila with Pila's SVF Gentry Pretty Lady. Next in the ring will be junior champion of the junior show. Now in the ring, competing for junior champion of our junior show, we have our first place spring heifer calf from Ben Pila. Pila's SVF Victoria Queen Bee. The second place spring heifer calf from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras, High Poits Chick Mocktail. The first place winner heifer calf from Cole Partridge, Deep Sea Jordan Mamie's Maggie. Our second place winner heifer calf from Layla Richote, Velocity's Joel Versace. Our first place fall heifer calf from Cole Partridge, H.H. Victorious Coco Chanel. The second place fall heifer calf from Reagan Sankey, Emma's Reckless Bluey. Our first place summer yearling from Cole Partridge, H.H. Overall Vienna. And our second place summer yearling from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras, High Poits Victoria Prosecco. Our first place spring yearling from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras, High Poits LLF Video Livestream. The second place spring yearling from Jersey Newland, Jersey's Canadian Club Lizzie. Our first place winner yearling from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF Gentry Jersey Queen. The first place fall yearling from Morgan Riley, Tierney's Magician Love. And our second place fall yearling from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF Gentry Poker Face.
Let's give our junior exhibitors a big round of applause. It's been a tremendous heifer show. Quality in all our classes from top to bottom, and these juniors did quite well in a lot of their respected classes, breed age classes. But taking nothing away from the ones back here behind me or the ones in the barn, but for me, these four that I pulled out are the kind of heifers that I like. I like dairy strength and good feet and legs, and heifers that I believe are going to go on and develop to make great cows, and these four really exemplify that. I'll go out, I'll recognize your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll come back and give my reasons. And when I do so, please give these individuals a round of applause. For me, I really love this pair of spring yearlings, two heifers that really exemplify dairy strength, in my opinion. I love the width through their muzzles, the width through their chests, the capacity through their rib structures, and the width that they carry all the way through those rump structures. Those same reasons as I talked in class, for our being second and third in their respected classes. Those same reasons. For me, our heifer that is our junior champion, just a little bit cleaner, crisper all the way throughout. She's a heifer that I prefer the openness and the flatness of bone all the way through that rib structure over our reserve heifer. Another heifer for reserve that's so balanced all the way throughout. And it's that cow power that gives her an advantage over this fall calf. Just so much more width through her chest floor, all the way through that chest floor for me today. She's a calf that I also prefer the slope from her hooks to her pins being more nearly level over our honorable mention. But a calf that's so silky in quality. You'll love that femininity to her hide as she's so open-ribbed, but just doesn't quite have the mass through that front end as our two spring yearlings yet. Congratulations to all the junior exhibitors.
Congratulations to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras and Lily Lane's Farm, winning junior champion of our junior show. And she's also our best bred and owned heifer of our junior show. The first place spring yearling High Poits LLF video live stream. Our reserve junior champion goes to Jersey Newland with her second place spring yearling, Jersey's Canadian Club Lizzie. And the honorable mention Nicole Partridge with his fall heifer calf, H. Ace Victorious Coco Chanel. Congratulations to our juniors. Next in the ring is junior champion of our open show. Now in the ring, we have the animals competing for junior champion of the open show. Our first place spring heifer calf from Keenan Tygason, Shaker Hollow J Polyester. The second place spring heifer calf from Gage Garrity, Kellogg Bay Fern Jewel. Our first place winner heifer calf from Gage Garrity, Woodmere CC Dynamo. And the second place winner heifer calf from Kaylee Arnold, Air Lee Casino Fold'em. The first place summer yearling. No. The first place fall heifer calf from Cole Partridge, H. Ace Victorious Coco Chanel. And our second place fall heifer calf from Reagan Sankey, Emma's Reckless Bluey. The first place summer yearling from Cole Partridge, H. Overall Vienna. And our second place summer yearling from Virginia Pats, Medallion Oliver Needle. The first place spring yearling from Ruby Sankey, Emma's Train Station Bingo. And our second place spring yearling from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras in Lily Lanes Farm, High Poits LLF Video Livestream. The first place winter yearling from Kaylee Arnold, Air Lee FN Fantabulous. Our second place winner yearling from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF Gentry Jersey Queen. The first place fall yearling from Kaylee Arnold, Air Lee Feelin' Fancy. The second place fall yearling from Morgan Riley, Tierney's Magician Love.
Let's give our exhibitors in our heifer shows this morning a round of applause. It's been a phenomenal show all morning long. As I did, I pulled out 4 exceptional heifers for me that, as I talked, exemplify my kind of heifers. As I said earlier, I like good feet and legs, dairy strength, heifers that I believe have the makes and the parts to go on to make great cows, and these 4 certainly exemplify that. that first prize spring calf, our first and second prize spring yearlings, and that first prize winter yearling. All heifers that have beautiful balance, width, and substance through their front ends, heifers that have exceptional capacity to their rib structures, and heifers that move on a beautiful set of feet and legs. As I did, I'll go out, I'll recognize your junior champion, reserve, honorable mention, and when I do so, please give them a big round of applause, not just for these individuals, but for all the individuals that exhibited today. And then I'll give my reasons afterwards. As I said, it's been a tremendous show through all our classes from top to bottom. But all morning long, there's been one calf that is stuck in my head from the first class. That spring calf is playing a weapon. I'm not sure if she's making a trip west later on here. Well, she's got to leave real soon. But she's a weapon. She's my kind. This calf is so feminine and long, clean, beautiful head and neck. So much width and capacity through that front end for a young calf. Beautiful, beautiful rib structure. All the way through that frame, you love the depth, capacity, spring, and openness to both that fore and rear rib. So much development for a young calf. And then it's followed back to a beautiful rump structure. She's so long, level through that top line, level through that rump. When you get behind her, beautiful width through that rump. And she travels on an exceptional set of feet and legs. And then for reserve, we're going to go with that spring yearling, and it gets a little closer for me for reserve and honorable mention. But as I talked in that spring yearling class, that was a class that had so much depth and power all the way through from top of the class to the bottom of the class. And she's a heifer that stood out at the top of it. A heifer that's cut from that same mold. Straightness of lines with substance and power and a beautiful foot and leg. But for me, our spring calf is just so much cleaner cut all the way through that hide for me today. She's more feminine in that frame for me today. She's cleaner bone throughout today. But taking nothing away from that beautiful spring yearling. As I said, she's so balanced. And then for honorable mention, as I said, it's a little closer between our spring yearling and our winter yearling for reserve and honorable mention. But I'm going to give the nod to that spring yearling just a little bit straighter all the way across that top line. Have a little more strength right off the end of the chine for me as she settles into herself as she gets standing there. She's also a heifer that I just prefer the cleanliness through that hock. She's a little cleaner, a little more flatness to the bone through that hock. But taking nothing away, our winter yearling, another heifer that's got so much width and substance through that front end and carries that width all the way throughout. Congratulations to all the exhibitors this morning in our heifer shows. Beautiful, beautiful show from top to bottom.
Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson, winning junior champion of our open show with a spring heifer calf, Shaker Hollow J Polyester. Our reserve junior champion, and also best bred and owned of our heifer show is Ruby Sankey's spring yearling, Emma's train station bingo. The honorable mention to Kaylee Arnold with her winter yearling, Airly Fantabulous. Now in the ring is junior best 3 females. Exhibitors, please hold your places once you're in line.
We got our groups back out here for Junior Best 3, and just a tremendous showing of what's to offer out here out east. Just phenomenal groups, 3 heifers, phenomenal groups from top to bottom. But for me, it's close between several of the groups, but for me, our group in first here has just got so much balance all the way throughout, a group that's so uniform all the way throughout. You love that substance and width and power all the way through. These heifers are exceptionally well uniformed group, taking nothing away from our group here in second, another exceptionally well uniformed group in their own right, but just a little more overall substance and width and power through their front ends on our first prize group over our second prize group. Second over third, another really nice group here in third, but our second prize group, I just prefer the overall consistency through the group, just being a little more consistent all the way through those 3 individuals over our third prize group. Third over fourth, I prefer another really nice group here in fourth, but I just prefer the strength through their tops and the consistency all the way through their feet and legs in our third prize group over our fourth prize group. Fourth over fifth, another really well-made group. Just the consistency again, heifers that are consistently more balanced and more angular all the way through that entire group. But again, another really nice group here in fifth. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to Kaylee Arnold winning Junior Best 3 females. Second place to Hedges Homestead. Third to Shaker Hollow. 4 to Poitras's family. 5 to Emma Akers. 6 to Harkdale Farm. 7 to Samantha Pila. And 8 to Nicole Schaub. We're also going to name our premier exhibitor and premier breeder of our heifer show. And both of those banners are going to the Pila family. Congratulations. Now in the ring to start our milk cow classes is our yearling heifer in milk.
Just a single entry in our milking yearling class, but a cow that wears a beautiful mammary system in her own right, an exceptionally long framed cow, a cow that moves out on a great set of feet and legs. And as I said, you love the attachment to their mammary system. A nice, long, smooth forward attachment, beautiful venation through that mammary system, and nice height and width at the top of that rear udder. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Alexandria Henderson and Brian Pila winning our yearling heifer and milk class with Iobi Acres Whimsy. Now in our ring is our summer junior 2-year-old. Congratulations to Lila Nolan winning our summer junior 2-year-old class with Shaker Hollow Swagger Fern. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Again, another really nice class in our junior 2-year-old class. And it's an exceptional class from top to bottom. But for me, our cow here moving out in first, a cow that just has a beautiful frame. So much balance to that frame. A cow that moves on a beautiful set of feet and legs in her own right. It's that overall balance that gives her an advantage over our second prize cow today. For me, she's just more straightness all the way through that top line for me. She's being stronger through that end of that chine and through that loin region for me today. I also prefer the slope from her hooks to her pins being a little neater from her hooks to her pins. The way that tail it sits down between her pins, just a little nicer for me today. And I prefer the definition of seam all the way from top to bottom on our first prize cow over our second. Second over third, a little closer placing, but I'm going to give the advantage to our cow here in second in her mobility. Just moves so much more freely, more comfortably on those feet and legs for me today. I prefer the cleanliness through those hocks and the strength of the pastern being shorter in that toe, deeper in the heel as she travels throughout the class. But taking nothing away from a really, really great udder cow here in third, a cow that wears an exceptional udder. And it's that mammary system that gives her an advantage over a real recently fresh cow here in fourth, a cow that is just fresh a couple weeks, and with a little more time, I certainly think this cow can push into this class pretty deep, but just needs a little bit more time to get all that quality back to her through her mammary system, to get the capacity back to her midsection. Another really well-made cow, though. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Lila Nolan winning the summer junior 2-year-old class with Shaker Hollow Swagger Fern. Second place and first junior to Madeline and Caitlin Poitras and Cooper and Charlie Shannon with High Points EHS Get Away with Barbie. Third and second junior to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras with Kellogg Bay, Hidalgo, and Adriana. And fourth to Nicole Schwab with Fletch Rockefeller Nella. Now in the ring is the junior 2-year-old class. Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning our junior 2-year-old class with SSF Magician Prance. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Just two cows in our spring junior 2-year-old class, but two cows that certainly can withstand a little more competition. Beautiful pair of cows. Cows that both cows wear beautiful mammary systems. I'm gonna give the advantage to our first prize cow here and just having a little more overall frame. She's a little taller, a little longer all the way throughout. She's a cow that shows me more capacity to both her fore and rear ribs. She's a cow that is just longer all the way from nose to tail. But taking nothing away, our cow in second wears a beautiful mammary system in her own right. Just not quite as much cow and substance and balance and capacity to that frame as our first prize. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning the junior 2-year-old class and first junior with SSF Magician Prance. Second place to Lane Herringshaw with Secord Frank Versace. Now in the ring is our senior 2-year-olds. Congratulations to Sam Pila winning our senior 2-year-old class with Pila's SVF VIP Gold Digger. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Again, another really nice class here in our senior 2-year-old class. But for me, a cow that really sorts herself to the top of the class today, a cow that moves so much more comfortably on those hind legs over our second prize cow. Just moves exceptionally well. You love the flex of the hock. She's a cow that's exceptionally clean boned all the way through that leg. And I prefer the shortness of the toe, depth of heel, the strength of that pastern as she travels across the ring. The longer that they're out here, she just shows me less fatigue to those pasterns as she travels across the ring. But taking nothing away, our cow in second, a big powerful cow, a beautiful front-ended cow. And it's that substance that gives her an advantage over our third prize cow. She's just so much more width through her chest and capacity through that front end. She's also a cow, when you get behind her, I prefer the balance and symmetry to those hind quarters, noticing the right rear quarter on our third prize cow. But again, another really quality, open rib, clean, flat bone cow in third. Just like to even those quarters out to get an advantage, to get up into the class deeper. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Samantha Pila winning the senior 2-year-old class with Pila's SVF VIP Gold Digger. She's also our first junior. Second junior to Ben Pila with Pila's SVF Gentry Cover Girl. And third to Brian Pila with Schultz Brothers Colton Charger. Now in the ring is our junior 3-year-old cows. Judging our Northeast Jersey Classic is Brandon Ferry. Brandon resides in Hilbert, Wisconsin with his wife Cheyenne and their 4 children, Briley, Riker, Ledger, and Corbin. There, they own and operate Fur Crest Farms and milk registered Holsteins and Jerseys with a BAA of 113.4. The farm sits on 40 acres. Brandon and his family enjoy exhibiting cattle at various shows throughout the year, earning them Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor banners at the Wisconsin District 10 Holstein Show. They have also achieved several All-American and Junior All-American nominations in multiple breeds, including Ayrshire, Brown Swiss, Holstein, Jersey, and Milking Shorthorn. Brandon also travels and works many sales around the United States. Along with exhibiting their own cattle, he also manages large tie-in groups for several different breeders and exhibitors at various shows throughout the U.S. Having prepared several cattle that have achieved champion and junior champion honors at shows such as World Dairy Expo, North American International Livestock Exposition, along with several other state and national shows. Over the past few years, Brandon has had the privilege to judge numerous state and national shows in various breeds around the United States and South America. It's great to have you here in the ring today, Brandon, judging our Northeast Jersey Classic. Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning our junior 3-year-old class with Bryden ACC Gold. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Again, another really nice class in her junior 3-year-old class, and a cow for me that really sorts herself to the top of the class today. A cow that wears a beautiful mammary system, and it's that mammary system that gives her an advantage over our second prize cow. For me, she's just longer, smoother, tighter about that forudder attachment. She's a cow that's just a little more height and fullness right at the top of the rear udder for me today. A cow that just shows me a little more venation all the way through that mammary system as well. Taking nothing away, our cow in second, a cow that you certainly admire. The substance and width through her front end, but just a little more snugness to those attachments on our first prize cow. Second over third, a cow that for me walks out on a little nicer set of feet and legs, being stronger in that pasture and shorter in that toe, deeper in the heel. a cow that also, when you get behind her, she just shows me more definition of seam all the way through that rear udder, from top to bottom, over a really well, cow that has a really well attached udder. Our cow in third gets an advantage over our fourth prize cow in those attachments. I just prefer the snugness to those attachments through that forudder, the way it blends into the body wall, just a little tighter for me today. She's a cow that's a little fuller, a little tighter right at the top of the rear udder, and a little more venation all the way through that mammary system as well. I will give an advantage. Our cow in fourth definitely has more definition of seam from top to bottom of that rear udder, but I just prefer the attachments on the mammary system of our third prize cow. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning our junior 3-year-old class, and first junior with Bride and ACC Gold. Second to Zoe Tetrault with Tetrault Liberty Ray. Third and second junior to Samantha Pila with Foxfield Victorious Glenda. And fourth and third junior to Caitlin and Madeline Poitras with High Poits Here for Mimosas. Now in the ring is the senior 3-year-olds. Congratulations to Samantha Pila winning the senior 3-year-old class with Zubi Kalahari Violet. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Two really nice made cows, beautiful frame cows, but I'm going to give the advantage to our cow moving out in first and just having a little more desirable teat size and shape and placement over our second prize cow. Just for me, more centrally placed on that mammary system, and as I said, she's just a little shorter in that teat for me today over this big, powerful frame cow moving out in second. A cow you certainly admire all that width and strength and capacity all the way through that frame, but just prefer the teat size, shape, and placement on our first prize cow. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Samantha Pila winning our senior 3-year-old cow class and first junior with Zuby Callahan Violet. Second place to Nicole Schwab with Fletch Metallica Capri. Next in the ring will be intermediate champion of our junior show. Now in the ring, we have our first and second place young cows competing for intermediate champion of our junior show. Our first place summer junior 2-year-old from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras and Cooper and Charlie Shannon. High Poits EHS Get Away with Barbie. Our second place summer junior 2 from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras. Kellogg Bay Hidalgo Adriana. The first place junior 2-year-old from Cole Partridge, SSF Magician Prance. Our first place senior 2-year-old from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF VIP Gold Digger, and our second place senior 2-year-old from Ben Pila, Pila's SVF Gentry Cover Girl. The first place junior 3-year-old from Cole Partridge, Bryden ACC Gold, and the second place junior 3-year-old from Samantha Pila, Foxfield Victorious Glenda. And the first place senior 3-year-old from Samantha Pila, Zuby Callahan Violet.
Let's give our juniors a round of applause from our young cow classes here. Really, really exceptional quality. As I did in the heifer shows, I pulled out three individuals for me that really stood out in their classes and exemplify what I like in my young cows, beautiful mammary system cows. We got that junior 2-year-old, senior 2-year-old, and junior 3-year-old. I'll go out, I'll recognize your intermediate, reserve, honorable mention in that order, and then I will give my reasons. For me, this junior 3-year-old really sticks out for intermediate champion. A cow that wears a beautiful mammary system, travels on a beautiful set of feet and legs, long dairy frame, and it's that angularity that gives her an advantage over our junior 2-year-old. She's just so much more cleanliness and femininity up through that head and neck. She's a cow that's just more refined and chiseled down that top line and over those hooks, pins, and thighs. I also prefer the symmetry from left to right through that mammary system over our junior 2-year-old, but a junior 2-year-old that wears just an exceptional mammary in her own right. You certainly love the height and width and the definition of seam all the way through that mammary system. And it's that snugness to that mammary system that gives her an advantage, that youthfulness to that mammary system that gives an advantage over our senior 2-year-old. For me, I just prefer the snugness through that forwarder attachment, the way the forwarder blends into the body wall just a little tighter for me today. She shows me just a little more height and fullness right at the top of the rear udder, but taking nothing away from this big, powerful, capacious cow for our senior 2-year-old. That'll be our honorable mention. A cow that's got so much capacity at rib structure and beautiful width and power through that front end, but I just prefer the snugness, that mammary system on our reserve cow. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge, winning intermediate champion with his junior 3-year-old bride in ACC Gold. Cole is also winning our reserve intermediate champion with his junior 2-year-old SSF Magician Prance. And the honorable mention to Samantha Pila with her senior 2-year-old Pila's SVF VIP Gold Digger. Next in the ring, we will do intermediate champion of our open show. Now in the ring, competing for intermediate champion of our open show, we have our first place yearling heifer and milk from Alexandria Henderson and Brian Pila, Iobi Acres Whitney. Our first place summer junior 2-year-old from Lila Nolan, Shaker Hollow, Swagger Fern. And the second place summer junior 2-year-old from Caitlin and Madeline Poitras and Cooper and Charlie Shannon, High Poits EHS Getaway with Barbie. A first place junior 2-year-old from Cole Partridge, SSF Magician Prance. And the second place junior 2-year-old from Lane Herringshaw, Secord Frank Versace. Our first place senior 2-year-old from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF VIP Gold Digger. And the second place senior 2-year-old from Ben Pila, Pila's SVF Gentry Cover Girl. The first place junior 3-year-old from Cole Partridge, Bryden ACC Gold. And the second place junior 3-year-old from Zoe Tetrault Liberty Ray. Our first place senior 3-year-old from Samantha Pila, Zuby Kalahari Violet. And the second place senior 3-year-old from Nicole Schwab, Fletch Metallica Capri.
Once again, let's give our exhibitors in our Young Cow classes a round of applause. As I said during our junior show, it has been a great, great Young Cow show. Not huge numbers, but the quality is certainly made up for that. As I've done and been doing, I pulled out 4 individuals that summer junior 2, junior 2, first and second prize junior 2, and that junior 3-year-old. As I did, I'll go out, I'll recognize your intermediate, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll come back and I'll give my reasons. for me, that junior 3-year-old, there's no denying her today for intermediate champion. As I talked in the junior show, a cow that just wears a beautiful mammary system, a cow that moves so freely and comfortably on those feet and legs, and a clean, feminine quality, flat bone cow. And it's that quality and angularity that gives her an advantage over this junior 2-year-old. She's just more cleanliness, more crisp all the way through that hide for me today. Taking nothing away from our junior 2-year-old, a cow that wears a beautiful mammary system in her own right, and it's that mammary system that gives her an advantage over our summer junior 2-year-old. I just prefer the fullness, the height right at the top of the rear udder, the venation and texture and length of that fore-udder attachment to get an advantage over this exceptionally balanced framed cow here for honorable mention. A cow that's so deep, so open, so much width and substance for such a young cow. Just not quite the venation as our 2 cows ahead of her for intermediate champion, but an exceptional group. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge winning intermediate champion with his junior 3-year-old Bryden ACC Gold. Winning reserve intermediate champion is also Cole Partridge with his junior 2-year-old SSF Magician Prance. And the honorable mention to Lila Nolan with a summer junior 2 Shaker Hollow Swagger Fern. Congratulations to Seth and Abby Carson, winning the 4-year-old cow class with Harkdale K.R. Bobby. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Three exceptional cows in our 4-year-old class here, and on the right day, I could see any one of these cows winning this class. Just tremendous cows all the way down the line here. But for me today, our cow that's moving out in first is really puts it all together. She's the most complete cow in the class today. For me, I just prefer the veination and all the way through that forward attachment. She's got a little more quality apparent to that quality through that forward attachment today. I also prefer the teat size, shape, and placement on those front teats over our second prize cow. In addition, she is just a little more cow all the way through that frame. But taking nothing away, our second place cow, I really love the height and snugness to this cow's rear attachment. She's a cow that's exceptionally clean and feminine, flat boned. Just as I said, I just like to tuck those front teats in underneath that mammary system, a little bit more squarely placed underneath that mammary system. Second over third, a cow in third, a real recently fresh cow, a cow that I think just needs a little bit more time, and she can push into this class pretty hard. She just needs to get the development back to that rear rib for me today, to get a little more fullness to get up over this big framed pair of cows here in first and second. But all three are beautiful made cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Seth and Abby Carson winning the 4-year-old cow class with Harkdale K.R. Bobby. Second to Morgan Houghton with Houghton Farms Newer Dixie. And third to Maggie Laprice Cole and Alex and Cynthia Laprice with Emma's Joel Vengeance. Now in the ring is our 5-year-old cow class. Congratulations to Seth and Abby Carson winning our 5-year-old cow class with Harkdale Chrome Flop. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Two really nice made cows in their own right. But for me, I'm going to give the nod to our cow moving out in first here. Just being a little more clean cut all the way through that frame. She's a little more flat boned for me today. She's a cow that just shows me a little more flex of that hock as she travels throughout the ring today as well. In addition, I do prefer the snugness of the forwarder attachment on our first prize cow, the way it blends into the body well, just a little tighter for me today. But our cow in second certainly keeps it close by having so much width to the top of that rear udder. But I just prefer the snugness to the attachments on that forwarder of our first prize cow. Both beautiful made cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Seth and Abby Carson winning our 5-year-old cow class with Harkdale Chrome Flop. Second and first junior to Samantha Pila with Pila's SVF Verb Susie. Now in the ring are the age cows. Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson winning our age cow class with How Acres C. Viola. And here is our judge with his reasons.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. This is what milking cows is all about. And you can bring 3 aged cows out here, and all 3 of them look like this. What an exceptional class of 3 mature cows. But for me, our cow moving out in first, this dark cow, just overwhelms the class with her frame. A cow that's got so much dairy strength, the width through her muzzle, the width and capacity through that front end. A cow that's got that beautiful uphill run to her. You love the depth, sweep, and openness, that fore and rear rib for me today. A cow that travels on a sensational set of feet and legs in her own right. It's that overall capacity and the width and of substance that gives her an advantage over our second prize cow. She's just so much more capacity through that fore and rear rib. I prefer the capacity through her heart region today as well. Second over third gets a little closer for me today, but I'm going to give the nod to our cow moving out in second over our cow in third, and just being more balance and symmetry right at the top of the rear quarters for me today. She's a cow, our cow in second is a cow that just holds her front end together a little nicer for me when they get into line, being a little tighter at that point of elbow for me today when they get in line. But taking nothing away from our third cow, a beautiful mammary system in her own right, balanced all the way throughout. 3 exceptional cows. Congratulations to all 3 exhibitors.
Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson winning the age cow class with How Acres C. Viola. Second place to Harkdale Farms with Harkdale Choice Sam. And third to Hard Climb Farm with Alls Acres Texas Lone Dove. Next in the ring is our dry cow class. Congratulations to Maggie LaPrise Cole and Alex and Cynthia LaPrise winning our dry cow class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
2 really nice cows in our dry cow class. Our first prize cow is 9 years old, coming with her 8th calf. Our second prize cow is 3 years old, coming with her second calf. I'm going to give the advantage to that 9-year-old cow, a cow that moves exceptionally well for her age, a cow that's so balanced all the way through that frame. And it's that substance and width and power, length of frame that gives her an advantage over this younger cow, this 3-year-old coming out for her second. But 2 really well-made cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Maggie LaPrise Cole and Alex and Cynthia LaPrise winning the dry cow class with Emma's Tequila Vendetta. Second place to Morgan Houghton with Houghton Farms Gentry Luna. Next in the ring is senior champion of our junior show. Competing for senior champion of our junior show is the 5-year-old cow from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF Verb Susie.
We got our 5-year-old back out here that was first junior in our 5-year-old class. A cow that, as I talked in class, you certainly admire this cow. She's an extremely well-balanced cow. You love the height and the width, extremely wide rear udder attachment. Very, very balanced cow all the way throughout, certainly deserving of our senior champion honors. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Samantha Pila, winning senior champion of our junior show with her 5-year-old cow, Pila's SVF Verb Susie. Now in the ring, we have the animals competing for grand champion of our Jersey Junior show today. We have our junior champion from Madeline and Caitlis Poitras and Lily Lane's Farm, High Points LLF video live stream. Our reserve junior champion from Jersey Newland, Jersey's Canadian Club Lizzie. Those are both our spring yearlings. Our intermediate champion, the junior 3-year-old from Cole Partridge, Bryden ACC Gold, and our reserve intermediate champion, also from Cole Partridge, with the junior 2-year-old, SSF Magician Prance. And our senior champion from Samantha Pila, the 5-year-old cow, Pila's SVF Verb Susie.
Let's give our junior exhibitors a round of applause today. It's been a tremendous show for them. Beautiful heifer classes this morning, and we followed into some great cow classes into this afternoon. I'm going to go out, I'll recognize your grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll explain my reasons. For me, for our grand champions, I'm going to stick with this pair of young cows, our intermediate champions. As I talked for intermediate, two beautiful made cows, tremendous mammary systems, cows that wear beautiful udders, and you certainly admire the quality of frame all the way through them. As I talked for intermediate champion, our junior 3-year-old is going to get an advantage in just having a little more angularity all the way through that frame, a little more clean cut, crisp all the way through that frame. And then for reserve over honorable mention, over that senior champion, I'm going to give an advantage to our junior 2-year-old just being cleaner and more feminine all the way throughout. She's a cow that's just a little more flat-boned through that hock for me today as well. But great show. Congratulations to our junior exhibitors.
Congratulations to Cole Partridge, winning grand champion of our junior show with his junior 3-year-old bride in ACC Gold. Reserve intermediate champion Reserve grand champion also goes to Cole Partridge with his junior 2-year-old SSF Magician Prance. And our honorable mention grand champion, and she's also a best bred and known of our show, is the 5-year-old cow from Samantha Pila's SVF Verb Susie. Congratulations to our juniors on an awesome show today. Now in the ring, we have our animals competing for senior champion of our Northeast Jersey Classic. We have our first place 4-year-old cow from Seth and Abby Carson, Harkdale KR Bobby. The second place 4-year-old cow from Morgan Houghton, Houghton Farms, Newer Dixie. Our first place 5-year-old cow from Seth and Abby Carson, Harkdale Chrome Flop. And the second place 5-year-old cow from Samantha Pila, Pila's SVF Verb Susie. The first place age cow from Keenan Tygason, Howe Acres C. Viola. And the second place age cow from Harkdale Farms, Harkdale Choice Sam. And the first place dry cow from Maggie LaPriest Cole, Alex and Cynthia Cole, Emma's Tequila Vendetta.
Again, we got our senior champions back out here. As I said, it's been a tremendous cow show. The numbers aren't real big, but as I said earlier, the quality sure makes up for it. I pulled out 3 individuals to recognize for senior champion. At first prize 4-year-old and our first and second prize age cows. I'm going to go out and I'll recognize your senior, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll do my reasons as I've done. For me, for senior champion, I'm going to go with this black cow, this first prize age cow. As I talked in class, a cow that's got just exemplifies dairy strength. You love the width through this cow's muzzle, the width through her chest, so much capacity and openness and style through that rib structure. A cow that travels on a beautiful set of feet and legs, the flex to the hock, the strength of the pastern for a mature cow, and a cow that wears a beautiful mammary system in her own right. And it gets a little closer for reserve, but I'm going to give the nod to that 4-year-old, a cow that's just a little snugger in her forward attachments, particularly on that right side over the left side. But a cow that's exceptionally well balanced. She follows that same mold with all that strength and width through the front end. A cow that's beautiful capacity to her rear flank. And it's that, as I said, it's that snugness to her attachments that gives her an advantage over this extremely silky second prize mature cow. Another cow that, as I talked in class, you love the angularity, the femininity of this cow, a cow that's got so much venation and texture to that mammary system. Just isn't quite as snug through that forward attachment on that right side as our 4-year-old is, but 3 tremendous cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson, winning senior champion of our show with his H-Cow How Acres C. Viola. Our reserve senior champion to Seth and Abby Carson with the 4-year-old cow Harkdale K.R. Bobby. And our honorable mention senior champion to Harkdale Farms with Harkdale Choice Sam. Next in the ring will be grand champion of our Jersey show. Now in the ring will be grand champion of our Jersey show. In the ring competing for grand champion, we have our junior champion, the spring calf from Keenan Tagason, Shaker Hollow J Polyester. Our reserve junior champion, a spring yearling from Ruby Sankey, Emma's Train Station Bingo. The intermediate champion, a junior 3-year-old from Cole Partridge, Bryden ACC Gold. And the reserve intermediate champion, a junior 2-year-old from Cole Partridge, SSF Magician Prance. The senior champion, the age cow from Keenan Tygason, Howe Acres C Viola. Our reserve senior champion, the 4-year-old from Seth and Abby Carson, Harkdale KR Bobby. And their honorable mention senior champion, the second place age cow from Harkdale Farms, Harkdale Choice Sam.
Let's give our exhibitors today a round of applause. It's been just a tremendous show all day long. I want to thank the invite to come out here to judge your show. It's been a tremendous honor. I want to thank our table, everybody in the back in the office. It's not easy putting on these shows. I've helped with some back in Wisconsin at home, and it takes an army and a lot of dedication. So let's give all those that volunteer and help put the show on a big round of applause, because they deserve that. My young lady that's been my ring steward all day has done a tremendous job. I'd like to give her a big thank you. Well, without further ado, as you can see, we got our 2 junior champions back out here. 2 exceptional heifers. 2 heifers that have stuck in my head all day long. Beautiful, beautiful balanced heifers. My kind of heifers. It's a pair of intermediate cows. Exceptional young cows, dairy strength, beautiful udders, good feet and legs. And then we got our 3 mature cows back out here for our senior champions. Exceptional cows for their age, all the way down the line. I'll go out, I'll recognize your grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And please, when I do so, give them a big round of applause. All of our exhibitors certainly deserve that, because as I said, it's been just a tremendous show today. as I said, it's been just a phenomenal show today, and taking nothing away from the rest of the show, this age cow is just so balanced. She's got so much width and substance and power, dairy strength. As I've talked all day about her, I love the width through her muzzle, the width through her chest. Cows like her that got so much capacity to their rib structure don't get it if they don't have it through their muzzle and through their heart. And that's why she's so capacious, because she's got it all up front to put the feed in to get big in the back. She's a cow that you love the width and length through her rump structure, the straightness of lines. A cow that wears a beautiful mammary system in her own right, but a cow that travels phenomenal on her feet and legs for a mature cow. A cow that you love the strength of her pastern, the flex to the hock as she moves throughout the ring for an aged cow. And it gets a little closer for reserve, but I'm going to go with that junior 3-year-old, a young cow that's cut from a similar pattern that I think just needs a little bit of time, and this cow's got a big future. She's a cow that's got so much capacity and openness and flatness to her bone, a cow that wears a beautiful mammary system, and a cow that travels on a great set of feet and legs as well. And our 4-year-old keeps it a close placing by having a little more width through her front end, but as I said, I just prefer the way our junior 3-year-old travels on those feet and legs. She shows me a little more flex to that hock as she travels through the ring, a little more strength on that pastern, but another exceptional cow, a cow that's got so much capacity and width through that front end. But tremendous show today. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to Keenan Tygeson winning grand champion of the show, and also best bred and owned of the show with a aged cow, How Acres C. Viola. Congratulations. Our reserve grand champion goes to the junior 3-year-old, our intermediate champion from Cole Partridge, Bryden ACC Gold. And the honorable mention grand champion to Seth and Abby Carson with their 4-year-old cow, our reserve senior champion, Harkdale KR Bobby. Congratulations to all of our Jersey exhibitors and breeders for a wonderful show. Now in the ring is senior best 3 females. Our class is complete.
We got our senior best 3 groups out here, and just the 2 groups, but 2 tremendous groups. I'm going to go with our group here moving out in first. 3 tremendous cows that all 3 of these individuals won their class. Extremely uniform group, beautiful mammary systems, and exceptionally well balanced group. And it's not far behind our group here moving out in second, another really balanced group of cows with beautiful dairy strength and substance all the way throughout. But just a little more uniformity and snugness to those mammary systems through the entire group on our first prize class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Harkdale Farms, winning the senior best 3 females, and second place to Samantha Pila, or the Pila family. Now in the ring is the group best 5 head. Exhibitors, once you're lined up, please hold your places.
We got 6 groups back out here for our herd groups. 6 tremendous groups of animals back out here from top to bottom. As I said, it's just been a tremendous quality show all day long. And it's close for me on our first and second prize groups over here. I guess a little bit more preference. Our first prize group, there's a little more seniority in that group, having 3 cows versus 2 cows. Our group here in second is an exceptionally balanced group. That's top to bottom, very uniform. But I'm going to give the advantage to our group with the 3 cows having a little more maturity, having that third animal that's got a mammary system down there to evaluate, and 3 cows that got beautiful mammary systems on top of that. So I'm going to give the nod to our group over here to my left, and our second prize group, as I said, an exceptionally well uniformed group. Really individuals that did it really well in their individual classes as well. And then our group straight ahead of me in third, another very balanced group, 3 beautiful mammary system cows. But our group ahead of them, just a little more uniformity all the way through for me. Just a little bit more angularity through them cows for me today. And then for fourth, our group here, another really balanced group. Group with 2 cows and 3 heifers, very balanced. Just a little bit more quality to those mammary systems. I prefer all the way through that group of cows, and I prefer the feet and legs on our group as a whole on our group here in third over fourth. Fourth over fifth, another exceptional group. Really balanced group all the way throughout. Beautiful mammary system cows. Just like to see a little more maturity in it. They having only one lactating cow, but and really great individuals that taken nothing away from that dry cow that's 9 years old and certainly stood the test of time as their second cow. And then our group here to my right, another exceptionally balanced group, and kind of similar reasons, just a little more maturity on our group ahead of them to get through for the evaluation. But another really nice group in sixth. Congratulations to all our exhibitors.
Congratulations to Harkdale Farms winning our best 5 head. Second place to Cole Partridge. Third to Pila family. Fourth to Poitras family. Fifth to Emma Akers. And sixth to Nicole Schwab. Now, wrapping up our Jersey show, we have several awards to hand out as well. Winning our premier exhibitor of the show is the Pila family. Second place is Harkdale, and third is Poitras. Winning premier breeder of our show is also the Pila family. Congratulations. Second place is Harkdale, and third is Poitras. Our Queen of the Milky Way is a summer junior 2-year-old from Nicole Schwab, Fletch Rockefeller Nella. Congratulations. Winning our herdsman cane for our Jersey show goes to Tim Carson. Congratulations, Tim. And we have the Robert Lord Memorial Junior Herdsman Award is going to Maddie Poitras. Congratulations, Maddie. And our final awards, our Eastern States Exposition Herdsman Award for the Jersey Show. First place to Kaylee Arnold. Second place is Emma Akers. And third goes to the Poitras family. And we have one final award. Bonnie told me we have an Eastern States Exposition Overall Herdsman Award that is awarded to one of our exhibitors covering all of our dairy breeds of the entire Eastern States. And winning that award is Kaylee Arnold. Congratulations, Kaylee. Thank you all. That'll wrap up our Jersey show for today. Exhibitors, don't forget if you received a yellow ticket to go to the dairy tent before you milk out. Thank you all for joining us. Hope you have a safe trip home, and we hope to see you next year.